Good morning, DLs. Good to see you. Adam, Jeremiah, Lacey, and Yuvia. Hopefully Giselle will come on. Got 3 viewers, but 4 of you are on. Okay. Shh. Are there any other prayer requests this morning? Ricky, that's enough. Doug, Derek. Shh. Any other requests? Nope. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Shh. Let's have a word of prayer. Let's pray. Father, thank you for today. A little bit cooler weather and a little bit of moisture that you're sending our way. Thank you for it. Continue to help us in our direction. These requests that we have Aaron Moscato with his eye surgery, Sophia's dad cancer treatments, her aunt with cancer, her dance competition coming up, her grandma and the family dealing with the loss of the uncle, her friend with her license, her new neighbor that just had a baby. Hope things are going well for them as they were in the hospital yesterday. Sophia's camping trip. Ricky's grandpa with treatment there. Maya's grandma with dementia. And continue to be with Pastor and continue to give him strength as he recovers from the COVID experience and that he had down in Dubai. Just help him to get well and get better, get stronger. Bless us all today, Father, in our endeavors, our classes. Help us to just stay focused on what we need to do. In thy precious name, amen. Okay, really short lesson, lesson 21. There is no student lesson. Okay? So, but we're talking about, as you can see on the board, on the screen, Giselle, good to see you, coming on. Topic, wisdom and character. And your favorite subject, love. Okay? Let me plug in my clicker. Shh. Hey. Okay. Starting with the teacher's lesson. Because that's where we are. That's the only thing we have this time in this lesson. Producing the fruits is your first category, Adrian. Shh. Quiet, please. Now, it's an ongoing process. We've been talking about this all year in some aspects, in various aspects, that we need to be producing the fruits of the Spirit. Colossians 3:8-10 says, "But now ye also put off all these, anger, wrath, malice, blasphemy, filthy communication out of your mouth." Those are the things that we want to put away. Lie not one to another. Being truthful with each other. Okay? We've talked about how to do that in our friendships. Okay? How to be able to stand up for what's right. Okay? And yet do it in a loving manner. Seeing that ye have put off the old man with his deeds. Okay. Put him aside. Put him in the closet. Keep him there. Don't open the door for him to come out. And have put on the new man, which is renewed in knowledge after the image of him that created him. doing things for God, beginning the new man. And if you've been saved for a while and you've let the old man creep back in, start changing, making that 180-degree turn, or 360, however you want to say it, however the circumstance dictates it. Get the old man back and bring out the old new man again. So we've got to put how do we do this? Number one, we've got to put off the old man. Put to death those thoughts, those actions of the old man. Don't let those creep in. And Satan is going to constantly put those back into your mind. Okay? How do you avoid having those thoughts, those bad feelings, those sins that you did come back into your mind? Don't do the sin the first time. If you don't do it, it can't come in. If you're not experiencing, or if you're not putting yourself into those places, into those situations, then you have no experience to think about. Okay? And believe me, it doesn't matter how old you get. Satan is going to constantly bring something that was in your past back into the focus of today. It could be back when you get to my age. It could be back when you were a teenager. Could be back in college age. Right now, it could have been something that you did 2 years ago, a year ago, yesterday, whatever. You guys got the rest of your lives. Okay? And Satan is going to constantly bring those little things that are here to disrupt what you got now. Put them aside. Best of all, don't experience those thoughts. Put away from yourselves. Don't let things be a part of your house, your being, your life. Okay? Don't have anything to do. Put on the new man. You got to put off before you can put on. Okay? You can't put clean clothes on unless you take the old clothes off. Okay? Unless you want to wear multiple layers of clothes. And most of us, you don't want to keep Monday's clothes on and then put Tuesday's clothes on and then put Wednesday's clothes on and then Thursday's clothes on, and then Friday comes and you put Friday's clothes on top of all the other ones, and pretty soon you're walking around like the doughboy, okay? Pillsbury's doughboy, because you can't walk because you got so many clothes. Well, that's a far-fetched illustration, but it's still the same. To get Tuesday's clothes on, you should take off Monday's clothes. Okay? It's plain and simple. Well, to put on the new man, you've got to put off the old man. Putting on something new in place of the old things. Shh. When we put off the old man and start putting on the new man, God then starts transforming our lives. But he can't transform your lives, gentlemen, if the old man is still there. He can't do it. He's making you into a new man through the power of the Holy Spirit. Because it's the Holy Spirit that's indwelling upon us if we're saved. Okay? He is our mediator between us and God. And Christ is in there too. But the Holy Spirit dwells within us to help us keep and do what's right. We not only put off the old man and put on the new man, but we have to renew our minds. To put off the old man, you have to have a desire to change your thinking, to change your process, to change your life. It begins with a renewed focus on God. You may be saved, and yet you've gotten involved with something. Something that Satan knows that is destroying your Christian testimony. Well, in order to make that 180-degree turn and get back into God's fellowship, you've got to shed all of the bad. You got to renew your focus. When you're driving or walking down a street, you're heading one direction. You're focused on what's in front of you. You are not focused on what's behind you. Okay? So, if I'm heading down this path of sin, I can't see God behind me. I may know He's there, but I can't see Him. So what am I focused on? I'm focused on the sin that's before me. The bad things that are before me. I'm not focused on what good is behind me. Okay? Until I make that change. Until I change my focus, there it is. And now I'm focused on God and leaving the focus of the world behind me. So as we read that, and how do we do it? We got to read the Bible. We got to be in God's Word. So as we do that, we're going to discover more and more about God. You can't just let Bible class be your knowledge of God. You can't just let church service, Sunday school, youth group be your only focus, time of focusing with God. You've got to do it by yourself. Then God is going to speak to you probably more directly, because it's just you and Him, one-on-one. Once we start focusing on God, we're going to see things change. Our minds are going to change, because we're going to be focused on what's God and not what's the devil or what's the world. Okay? We are going to have a change. Satan's going to try and change us back. Okay? Get us, try to turn around again. But we can have the strength with God and the Holy Spirit to say, no, I am not going to turn. I'm going to stay focused on God. Second step in producing fruits is the principle of replacement. The principle stated is this: when we cleanse our lives of sins, we've got to put something else in there. We've got to replace them with something worthwhile to fill that emptiness. A lot of times we fill our lives with the bad stuff because it seems good to us at the moment. And therefore we continue to let the bad things filter in and stay there. We haven't replaced. We may have thought about doing it, but we haven't gone through the refilling. You drink a glass of orange juice in the morning or whenever, and if you want more orange juice, what do you got to do? You got to refill your glass. You've drank what was there. It's empty. Your life was filled with bad, and I'm not saying the orange juice was bad, I'm just illustration here. Your life was filled with bad. You've changed it, you've emptied it. Are you going to sit there with an empty glass? Or are you going to try and fill it with something that's good? Well, if you leave it empty, Satan is going to fill it with something bad, or he's going to have you tempt you to fill it with something bad. And then you're going to have to go through the process of emptying out. Okay? Or another simple illustration. You have a glass that's full of dirt, but yet you are so thirsty that, what are you going to do? In order for you to get a drink, you need to pour out the dirt. The cup is empty at that point. Fill it with water, the good substance, to get your drink. Fill your cup with God and the things of God. If you do that, He will fill the emptiness. The principle illustrated is this. Illustration from construction. Replace rotten timbers. I mean, anybody ever watch the home improvement shows? Or not, let me rephrase that, the HGTV, DIY shows, okay? Okay, but in a lot of times in those shows, they're they're remodeling the houses, and they come across a house, especially an older one, that when they go down in the basement or going underneath the floorboard, they find that the footings of the house are rotted out. So in order for them to pass the new inspection, in order for them to have a good, healthy, sturdy house for the new owners, they have to go underneath. They don't rebuild the house. They go underneath and they replace those foundational beams, boards, or the footings. You can't have something that is rotted out. A lot of times wood gets decayed because of termites. Okay? Well, they've got to go in and replace those pieces of wood, not the whole house, but those pieces of wood with good wood so that the porch is going to be sturdy, the floorboard is going to be sturdy, so that it's not going to crumble underneath. So in your life, if there's certain things, and one part of your life is rotted out or is rotting out, replace that one thing so it matches up with the rest of your life. So that the whole aspect, okay, can be good. If someone is remodeling a house, he will take out the old, rotten, termited infested timber, replace it with new timber. But if you only tore out old material but never replaced it, you know what's going to happen. The house is going to fall. So if you don't replace the bad stuff in your life with the good stuff, your life is going to crumble down. Suppose that he only tore out the old material but never replaced it with the new wood. What would happen? Building would actually be weaker than if he had left the old in. But again, you don't want the old. If we rid ourselves of bad habits, don't replace them with positive ones. Godly activities, godly thoughts, good thoughts. We're going to end up with a worse shape of a life than what we had. And that's not saying, well, partial bad is better than no good. Why have the bad anyway? Change it to the good. Okay? Look at your life today. Look at what you're doing. As I said yesterday, I can't do things for you. I would love to. I would love to step in and do things for you and help you and to not to do the wrong. But I can't. I can only advise you to. You're getting of the age where you're going to be making life decisions. Some of you, when you go to college, you're never going to be coming home again to be home. You're going to come home for visits. But you're never going to, may not be coming home. What decisions are you going to be making at that point? If you're building a good foundation now, the decisions that you're going to make in 3, 4, 5, somewhat years are going to be positive decisions because you have a good, solid foundation of principles now. What are you going to do? It's your decision, but I hope you make the right ones. I hope you keep refreshing, getting out the old, bringing in the new. Every day. And then keeping the good in. Don't let the bad sneak back in. Okay? Okay, that takes us right up to the time. So, DLs, thanks for joining in with us. And 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So I guess we will see you at science time. And have a great day. Stay in, stay warm. And we'll see you guys later. Class, you are dismissed.
You guys are paying attention because we did go over a new section. We are on page 209 now. So both of you guys, make sure you go back and read over pronouns, okay? We learned about different kinds of pronouns. We'll review them a little bit, but make sure you guys are paying attention, okay? So page 209, we're going to go over our homework, okay? Let's do exercise B, okay? In the blank, you were to write a pronoun that agrees with its antecedent in gender, okay? So again, let's go back. Who can tell me what an antecedent is? The word for which a what? Pronoun stands for, okay? So yesterday we learned about pronouns. I, you, he, she, it, we, they, okay? In any sentence or a couple of sentences, the antecedent is basically the word that the pronoun is standing for. So basically when I say, let's say, Isaac should take off his hat, okay? He knows he should not be wearing it in class. So he is my pronoun. Who is he talking about, class? Isaac. So Isaac is my antecedent. So the word that the pronoun is standing for is my antecedent. So we need to know, obviously, that antecedents need to agree with their pronoun in gender and in number. So when it is agreeing in gender, obviously, if you're talking about a guy, you need guy pronouns. He, him, okay? His. If you're talking about a girl, agreeing with gender as well. Okay, so let's do exercise B together. Okay, number 1, Mr. Roberts gave blank support to our efforts to raise money for the orphanage. Class, what pronoun would go there? His. Okay, Mr. Roberts is definitely a guy. So if someone who said there, then it is his. Okay, number 2, any teacher would want blank pupils to achieve a certain level of competency. Class? Okay, it would be his. Okay, because here's why. If I use the word there, okay, then it's telling me that it's plural. Okay, but I want any teacher is singular, so, and I don't know the gender of the teacher, so the rule is it refers to more of the word his, okay, if you don't know the gender, okay, because it's kind of awkward to say the word its, even though it is a neutral gender or neuter gender, you don't know the gender. With people, you can say his. Number 3, the old home which we purchased had blank owned carriage house and summer kitchen. It's referring to home. Good. Number 4, the flamingo lays blank eggs in a nest of mud, small stones, straw, and feathers. Class? Do you think the boy flamingo or the girl flamingo lays the eggs? The girl flamingo, so that would be a her, okay? The flamingo lays her eggs in a nest. You weirdos. Number 5, our gardener... Our gardener gave mother a description of blank plans for the south lawn. Class, who has this one? His plans. Again, we don't know the gender of the gardener. Okay. Number 6, Professor Wilson's wife, a scholar in blank own right, devoted most of blank time to blank husband and family. Class? Her, and her. Okay. So that's what we're doing here with gender. Okay. If you guys look at exercise A, obviously we already did that. But for those of you who didn't, who weren't here, when it's agreeing in number, basically if my antecedent is plural, so boys, okay, I would need a plural pronoun there, okay? Same thing, plural antecedent or a subject, we would need plural pronouns, or singular subjects would need singular pronouns, okay? Look at exercise C. Let's do that together. Cross out each pronoun that does not agree with its antecedent. Write the correct pronoun above it. If a sentence is correct, write C to the left of the number. So go ahead and work on that, and we'll go over it in a second. Actually, just do 1 through 5, okay? And then we'll move on. for Derek and Jesse, there are pronouns that are specifically singular and pronouns that are plural, so that's what you're going to have to look back on that you missed yesterday, but that's on page number 207, okay? So there are pronouns that are always singular, pronouns that are always plural, and then pronouns that they can be singular or plural, so you're just going to have to look at the context of that, okay? That's on page 207 for your reference. Okay, who has number 1? Anyone that cannot control their tongue will have few friends. Did you change anything here, and what did you change? It is not correct. It does sound right, but look at page 207, class. Go ahead and look over real quick. Look at 207, okay? Look at my number 1, okay? These definite, indefinite pronouns are singular, and they take a singular verb. Each, either, neither, one, everyone, everybody, no one, nobody, anyone, okay? Anyone is always singular, so we change what? Their to his. Good. Number 2, everybody should bring their own protractor, compass, and straight edge. Class? It is not correct. That's another indefinite pronoun that is always singular. Andrew? Their to his. Okay? That's just, which is why looking at those lists of pronouns are important. Okay? So page 207 is your best friend when it comes to pronouns. Okay? Number 3, none of the gentlemen have given their word to remain silent. This one is actually correct. I'm not. Okay, so that would be going underneath number 3. Okay, they can be singular or plural, some, any, none, all, and most. So this is the kind of sentence you'd have to look at the context of it. So none of the gentlemen have given their word. Okay, gentlemen is plural, so I would say their. Number 4, many nuns left her cloister after Luther began to publish his ideas. Left her cloister. I'm guessing, yeah, probably like their group of nunnery stuff. Okay. Good. Number 4 would be her to their. And then number 5, executed during the reign of Mary I. Neither Lattimore nor Ridley feared giving his life for his principles. Class? Actually, it is correct. I'm not, because look. Neither and nor are always singular. That's part of your singular list. Okay? Not talking about both of them in general. You're saying neither or nor. And then you look at the closest subject, which is in our rule. Okay? Go ahead and turn to page 210. 210. Shh. Okay? 210. So now, guys, okay, we learned about how pronouns need to agree with their antecedents, okay? So now, once we have our pronouns, we need to make sure that we're not confusing them with a lot of things, okay? When you say the word she and you have 2 antecedents, you want to be clear in who you're talking about, okay? For like example, sentences like, she gave her her book, okay? Whose book was given? Okay, so that's kind of what we're talking about. You need to clarify, and that's what we're going to talk about here. Maintaining clear pronoun reference. Look at number 1, okay? Avoid ambiguous reference. Avoid ambiguous reference. Ambiguous means having 2 or more possible meanings. Ambiguity occurs when 2 antecedents are possible for the same pronoun, kind of what I just talked about. Okay, we don't know whose book was given or who gave what. So you need to clear it up by, number 1, repeating the antecedent or rewording the sentence. Okay? So for example, if my sentence would be, Lena gave Gabby her book. Okay? Whose book was it? Was it Gabby's book or Lena's book? So you would have to clarify repeating an antecedent. Okay? Lena gave Gabby Gabby's book, or Lena gave Gabby Lena's book. Something like that you would clarify who it's talking about here. So look at your examples. I removed the plastic lids from the cans and threw them away. Okay? What did you throw away? Did you throw away the plastic lids or did you throw away the cans? Okay, so now you need to clarify. I removed the plastic lids from the cans and threw the cans away, or whatever you threw away. Okay, another ambiguous sentence. Bill told Luke that he really did not know much about botany. Okay, did Bill not know much about botany or did Luke not know much about botany? So you could say, Bill said, Luke, I don't really know much about botany. Or you can say, Bill told Luke that Bill did not really know much about botany. Just kind of clarifying your pronouns and who you're talking about. Okay? Avoid implied reference. Implied reference basically means that the antecedent is not actually stated but must be inferred from other words in a sentence. This is basically saying when you're assuming that they're knowing who you're talking about, but you're not actually saying who you're talking about. So you need to be clear and avoid implied reference. For example, this is how you can correct it. Okay, number 1, substitute a noun for the unclear pronoun, supplying a definite antecedent or rewording the sentence to get rid of the pronoun. So look at your first example. He persistently refused counsel from ungodly students, which greatly aided his spiritual progress. Okay, it's kind of a really weird sentence here. Okay, but it's talking about basically the act of receiving counsel. So that's what your book is doing to correct it, is clarifying it. He persistently refused counsel from the ungodly students, a practice which greatly aided his spiritual progress. Okay, skip to the next sentence. The next example set of sentences. The emotional mother allowed it to dictate her decisions. Okay, what did she allow to dictate her decisions? Okay, so you need to clarify what you're talking about. The emotional mother allowed her emotions to dictate her decisions. She enjoys stamps and finds it to be an exciting hobby. What does she find? Okay, she enjoys stamps and finds stamp collecting to be an exciting hobby. Just basically clarifying what you mean and what you're talking about, not implying it, basically giving readers a chance to kind of just put anything there. Okay, and then number 3, avoid the indefinite use of it, you, and they. Okay, so it, letter A, should have a definite antecedent. You shouldn't say, in this book, it says that walking is an excellent exercise. All you're just going to do is, the book says that walking is an excellent exercise. Don't use you unless you are speaking specifically to the reader. If you are referring to people in general, use general words such as one, anyone, person, or people. So basically, you don't want to say, in communist controlled countries, you often live in fear. You don't want to say that because obviously we live in America. So you can say, in communist controlled countries, the people often live in fear, just clarifying those pronouns. And then letter C, don't use they unless it has a definite plural antecedent. So basically, if you're talking about one person, don't use the word they. Okay? Kind of going back to agreeing with your antecedent in number. They say that dieting must be accompanied by exercise to be truly effective. Okay? Who says that? So you want to say dietitians say that. Just being clear with who you mean. Okay? Let's look at exercise A. Okay? You don't need to rewrite the following sentences unless it's absolutely necessary, or just like you can circle phrases or draw them to the arrows. But let's go ahead and fix these sentences. Okay? Correcting ambiguous pronoun references. So this would be underneath section 1. Okay? Avoiding ambiguous reference. So if there are multiple antecedents, like in number 1, Scott and Tyler, you need to clarify my pronouns of he. So go ahead and change that to, doesn't matter if it's right or there's not a specific way, you just need to clarify who you're talking about, okay? So Scott told Tyler that if he continued to practice, he would have a chance to make the team. Okay, so who would continue to practice? Who would have a chance? So make sure you correct it to where it's clear. Okay, go ahead. Okay, who was number 1? Scott told Tyler that if he continued to practice, he would have a chance to make the team. Ricky?
Scott said to Tyler.
Oh.
If you continue to practice, you would have a chance to make the team.
Good. Scott told Tyler, if you continue to practice, you will have a chance to make the team. Good. Does anybody else have anything different? Andrew?
Scott said that if Tyler practiced, he would have a chance.
Good. Good. Number 2, as soon as the stage crew had finished building the sets, the director began using them in rehearsals. Okay? What did the director use? Did he use the stage crew or did he use the sets? Okay? So make sure you clarify what you think it's talking about here. Okay, this is pretty easy, class. What did he use in rehearsals? The sets. So as soon as the stage crew had finished building the sets, the director began using the sets in rehearsals. Number 3, Mary shook hands with Tiffany after she had won the Merit Scholarship. So who won the Merit Scholarship? Okay, good. So, or you can say after Mary had won the Merit Scholarship, she shook hands with Tiffany. Mary shook hands with Tiffany after Mary had won the Merit Scholarship, just basically clarifying who you think won the membership. Obviously, these answers may vary, so some people might say Mary won the scholarship or Tiffany won the scholarship. As long as you clarify the ambiguous reference, then you're fine. Okay, exercise B, okay, same thing, implied pronoun reference, okay? We're looking at section 2 here. This one is a little difficult because we're so used to kind of implying or using pronouns of what we mean, okay? So make sure you find the pronoun and then really think about what the person is saying here or what it's talking about here, okay? Go ahead and do number 1, 2, and 3. Okay, was number 1. In his report on Florida, Andy said that it means full of flowers. Class?
In Andy's report on Florida, I put in Andy's report on Florida, he said that Florida means full of flowers.
Exactly. Andy said that the name Florida means full of flowers. Number 2, Michael frequently visited aerospace museums from which he developed an interest in astronautics. Okay, it is not correct. We do have to correct it somehow. Okay. My pronoun here that I'm looking at is from which. Okay, how do I fix that to kind of fully explain what I'm talking about here? Andrew?
Can you cross out from and say a practice?
Good. Okay. Michael frequently visited aerospace museums, a practice he developed from a practice. Wait, how would you say it?
I just said a practice which he developed an interest in astronautics.
Actually, that probably wouldn't make sense because okay. Frequently visited aerospace museums, a practice from which he developed an interest in astronautics. Okay. But you can basically even slim it down more to make it more simple and say Michael's frequent visits to aerospace museums helped him develop an interest in astronautics. Kind of simple like that. And then number 3, although Mr. Stanley's firm meets all licensing requirements, he has not yet obtained it. Okay, what did he obtain? Amethyst? A license. He has not yet obtained a license. Okay. Exercise C we'll go over tomorrow, but go ahead and turn to page 213. Okay, page 213. Tonight for homework, you're going to do page 212, exercise D, further correcting sentences, what we just went over. But let's go over page 213. Okay, number 1, using nominative case pronouns. Okay, so now we found out different kinds of pronouns, indefinite, relative, personal, all of those, okay? But there are certain cases of pronouns that you would use when it comes to subjects and predicate nominatives, or direct objects or indirect objects, all of those, okay? How many of you ever said, me and her went to the store? Okay, how many of you ever said that? Okay, well, that is incorrect. Okay, the correct thing is she and I went to the store. So basically, there are different pronouns that you would use for subjects. There are different pronouns that you would use for predicate nominatives and all of that. Okay, so let's go over the first case of pronouns using nominative case pronouns. Number one, pronouns may be used as subjects and predicate nominatives. Okay, so pretty self-explanatory. What case would we use with subjects and predicate nominatives, class? It's at the top of the page. Starts with an N. Nominative. Okay, that was kind of rough here. Okay, make sure we're all looking at page 213. Nominative case pronouns are always used with what, class? And subjects. Okay, so we have the nominative case pronouns used with subjects, PNs. Okay, that's pretty self-explanatory. Predicate nominatives, nominative. Okay, the nominative case pronouns here. Okay, look at number 2. It is I, he or she, we, they, who, or whoever. Okay, these are nominative case pronouns. So whenever you would use the subject, I, she, he, we went to the store, not us went to the store. Okay, they went to the store, not them went to the store. That is nominative case pronouns there. So number 2, you want to mark the nominative case pronouns. Okay, let's say them together. Ready, begin. I, he, she, we, they, who, whoever. It's right on the board as well. Okay, I wrote it down for you. Number 3, okay, it is easy to use the wrong pronoun when the pronoun is part of a compound subject. So kind of what we just went over. Look at your examples. Connor and he or him decorated the gymnasium. Okay, both of those are your subjects, Connor and he or him. So if it's using part of my subject, I would use he, right? I wouldn't say Connor and him decorated the museum or the gymnasium. Him doesn't make any sense there. Him decorated the gymnasium is incorrect. He decorated the gymnasium is correct. Number 4, sometimes the pronoun subject is followed by an appositive. It is helpful to try the pronoun apart from the appositive. So we know appositives, they further explain the subject or the noun. So for your example, we or us Christians should do right. Okay, Christians is my appositive here. So now we just need to single out my subject, which would be obviously we or us. You wouldn't say us should do right. You would say we should do right. So therefore, we Christians should do right. Okay, number 5, pronouns may be used as appositives. A pronoun appositive must be in the same case as to which it refers to. So for now, we're only talking about nominative case pronouns, okay? We'll go over different case pronouns later, but in this case, if your pronoun is following a subject, you need the nominative case pronoun of I or he or she, okay? So, and then number 6, the expression it is me or it's me is now commonly used in everyday conversation. However, formal writing, the rule is it is I. Okay, it's kind of weird. But because it is my subject, is my linking verb, I is a predicate nominative, nominative is my case that I would use with subjects and predicate nominatives. Okay, but let's go over exercise on page 213 quickly. Okay, and then I will give you, we still have a good 12 minutes. Okay, so exercise on page 213. Number 1, Mary and she are sisters of Lazarus. Okay, we're finding the use of the pronoun here. Pretty simple. Okay, what would she be, class? It is the subject. Okay, writing S for subject, predicate nominative, or a new one, a positive of the subject. So if it's a pronoun further explaining the subject, we put AP of S. Okay, but number 1 is subject. Number 2, the most interesting person to invite as a speaker would be she. Okay, what's my subject and my verb here, class? Person. What's my verb? Would be who or what? She. So she is my predicate nominative, my PN. Good. Number 3, who was it that asked for more copies of the senator's report? Okay. What do you think number 3 would be? Not an AP of S. Not the subject. It is a PN. Here's why. Okay. What's my verb there? And who was it? was, okay? And it's not saying who was. It is actually saying it is my subject, was, who, or what. And then it answers who. Kind of like a reverse clause there. Number 4, the teacher's aides for the 6th grade will be Sarah, Olivia, and she. Class, what is number 4? It is a PN, okay? Here's why. Aides is my subject. What's my verb there, class? Will be. What kind of verb is will be? Action or linking? Linking, so we know we have predicate nominatives there. So she is my pronoun that I would use, since it is nominative case, that I would use for predicate nominatives. And then number 5, Ruth's brothers, Ed and he, are going to do all the landscaping. Okay? We see he is my pronoun here, but what's my verb in my subject? Class, what's my verb? Are going. Who or what are going? What's my subject? Brothers. So that's my subject. So I know that there's a pronoun further explaining brothers. So number 5 would be AP of S. Good. Okay. So tonight for homework, make sure you do page 212, exercise D. And then tomorrow we'll learn about another case of pronouns, objective. Okay. Also, I'm going to write it on the board. Last night you were to read page 242 to 245. Okay, tonight is page 246 to 251. There will be a reading quiz on page 246 to 251 on Thursday. Okay, so Thursday's reading quiz is over page 246 to 251. Tomorrow we'll begin our new unit talking about 242 to 245. Make sure you start reading tonight so that you can get caught up for Thursday's quiz, page 246 to 251. And then tonight for homework for vocab, make sure you do exercise B. Okay, exercise B, studying the synonyms. I'll write it on the board as well, but your quiz will be on Friday. Okay, any questions? All right, you guys are dismissed.
Sometimes he'd say, hey, help the food. Amen. All right. Okay, we don't have a lot of notes today. Welcome, distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. We are going to start. This is how the rest of the week's going to kind of play out. Make sure our hoods are off. We're quiet at this time so we can be done quickly. Shh. The quicker we can finish, the quicker you can work on your other stuff. So make sure you're quiet so we can get through. Chairs down, gentlemen. Chairs down. Adrian, I know you hear me. Okay, but this week we're going to have a quiz tomorrow over kind of what we've talked about yesterday and today. Okay, hey, this is a good week, or should be a good week for most of you. You can get your grade up and keep it strong, and then you just have to maintain. But it could also be a bad week. Again, this is first week of, stop. Okay, this is the first week of our grading period, so it could be a bad week. If you're lazy, you're not turning in your homework, not studying, you could have to really strive to get your grade higher if you're not doing it. So just make sure you start off strong. This HMI is always doing this. I blame Adrian. I mean, as long as you're studying. Okay, so we're going to have a quiz tomorrow. We're going to review today, so let's get through these notes. We'll review, and then we'll be done. Shh. No more, Anthus. You talked too much yesterday. Shh, Doug. Let's not repeat yesterday. Guys, I'm serious. Today I will give you punishment. Yesterday was first day back. Okay, be quiet during the lesson. Okay, let's begin. Okay, note number 79. Again, talking about Europe at this time. They're striving for peace. We're seeing it as a close with a lot of friction going on, a lot of different leaders going through different countries. Okay, Prussia becoming Germany in 1871, I think? Something like that, 1871.
1871 and 19.
There you go, yep, 1871. Okay, we see that going on, Germany becoming an official country. Okay, ladies, okay, we see all this going on. Okay, so moving on from that. To preserve their empire. Okay, remember Prussia, they made an alliance with who?
Germany, no. Poland, Great Britain, France.
To take over Denmark.
Russia. Oh, wait,
It's on the screen.
Austria.
Austria. Okay, Prussia made an alliance with Austria to take over what two places?
Germany.
Shh. Guys, raise your hand, since obviously you're just saying random stuff. Okay, raise your hand and tell me the answer. No, they're harder words to say. You know one? No, those are the two parts of the parliament for Germany. What? What were the two places that the Austria and Prussia took over? We talked about yesterday.
Wasn't it Bundesrat and Reichstag?
No, those were like the two parts, the upper and lower parts. There they are. Okay, you want to know at least one of those. So probably Holstein. That's a little bit easier to spell. Okay, those were the two places. I don't know exactly which note it was on, but we did talk about it yesterday. Okay, it's what happened, remember, from the war and everything. Okay, we also had the Franco-Prussian War. Remember, we talked about that as well, as Germany and Prussia was expanding their regions. Okay, they're building a navy during this time. Okay, we're continuing that. Okay, now we are right here. Okay, to preserve their empire, Austria compromised. Remember, Austria had an alliance with Prussia. Shh, amethyst, no more. Okay, Austria had an alliance with Prussia, but then Prussia basically backstabbed them and took both the places, Holstein and Schleswig. Okay, we see that or saw that yesterday. Okay, but Austria wanted to comprise with the Hungarians. In 1867, they became the Austro-Hungarian Empire, known as a dual monarchy. Okay, they're losing power to Prussia. They're losing land, so they're like, hey, we need to really make an alliance and just grow with someone else. We don't have anything else, so we're going to go join Hungary. And this man's going to kind of rise as the emperor of this dual monarchy. Francis Joseph I. Okay, he became both the king of Hungary and the emperor of Austria. Each country had its own official language, flag, and parliament, so they're still separate countries basically. Austria was still Austria, Hungary was still Hungary. Okay, but this man ruled both. Okay, financial, defense, and foreign affairs were common to both. This is kind of what Joseph I dealt with. He's the one that dealt with the foreign affairs, dealt with the military, dealt with all these financial problems, helped make sure everyone has food and everything. Rick, stop. Put it away. Okay, which is going to bring us to this kind of commune. Am I good with this note? Okay, the Marxist commune. This was a large group or made up of a large group of citizens or people coming together who banded together in Paris. It proposed to forcibly establish a more democratic system, as France was always trying to have. They were always going up and down, up and down, up and down. Okay, of government in style of the first French Revolution. Okay, they wanted to go back to where the people ruled rather than having a monarchy or a ruler or whatever. Okay, they wanted to go back to that type of government.
Dude, France, I swear, stop talking about it.
They were very dramatic people, just dramatic people, wishy-washy. Okay, but because of this, because of them because this Marxist commune and this group of people rising together for this type of thing again, we're going to see alliance be made between two countries. Again, Prussia, or now Germany, they were really growing, right? You have England, which had the largest and strongest naval fleet at the time, and they were surrounded by water. Okay, then you had Germany, they're really rising, they're building a fleet, they're doing all this stuff, and they're becoming stronger. So now other countries are seeing them grow stronger, so like, we gotta grow stronger. Austria, they're joining Hungary. Okay, we see all these countries now wanting peace, but growing stronger. Okay, becoming an intimidation to others. Okay, so France makes an alliance with Russia, known as the Dual Alliance. In 1894, this agreement was made between France and Russia. Okay, which is known as the Entente Cordiale. I don't know how to say it, so it's as best as I can. Okay, basically this reconciled the differences between France and Great Britain. Okay, France joins with Russia. Okay, France again does not want to get destroyed by Germany or taken over. So they're like, hey, we got Russia on our side over there, but we also want England, since they have the largest naval fleet. Okay, Germany's building a large naval fleet. We don't want to get destroyed. So they make this Entente Cordiale. They're like, hey, we're not like super friends, but let's at least be like neutral towards each other, France and England. So we see all this going on. Alliances being made. Okay, people joining sides. Okay, because of all these people joining, France joining with Russia, England and France are going to become neutral. It is going to be known as the Triple Entente. Are you guys good with this? Okay, the Triple Entente of 1907. This was the sealed alliance among Britain, France, and Russia.
What's that flag on the very, very right?
Russia's. Psych. I don't know.
It was their flag at the time.
Yeah, it's Britain, France, and
It was their flag at the time. Because Russia's kind of like a very large country. So like the Europe part of Russia kind of stood by this flag. This isn't the Russian flag. But
Dude, I just realized.
Yeah.
what's it called? I've never seen Russia's flag.
shh.
No, you have
No, that
the stars.
yeah, this isn't their real flag. Their flag is like, yeah, not this.
You know how ours used to be like the circle with the stars and then 13, and then it became the American flag. Same thing.
Okay, but because of this, and again, what type of belief or system was being made throughout England during this time? What type of belief? No, not quite. There it is. Okay, socialism. Okay, yes, Marxism was a type of thing, but no, not quite. Socialism. Shh, Derek. I know it's your first day back. Shh, everyone's still talking too much, guys. We're almost done. We are almost done. Okay, we're going to see socialism grow, and because of this, there are some goals of socialism throughout Europe. Okay, here are their goals. First, they wanted common ownership or usage of property. Okay, governments wanted to have like these lands and property. They would be people's, but they wanted to control it. Okay, they wanted social equality. Okay, and they wanted the reorganization and sharing of the production, distribution, and consumption of goods.
But it just seems so freaking boring. Like, we all use the same boring stuff. We're all doing the
It's true. This type of socialism, basically wanting everything to just work together to benefit everyone, okay, again, trying to have that last hope of peace, is going to be called, just like when our land was considered, or our world, Earth, was considered one place of peace and just one thing, utopia, if you guys have ever heard that. Okay, this socialism is going to be called, everyone good with this note?
Utopia.
Not Zootopia. The utopian socialism.
Wait, is Utopia a
Oh,
utopia?
it's true. Okay, utopian socialism. There's no blanks on this one? Awesome. Okay, utopian socialism is this. It had an emphasis on the founding of a utopian communities. Again, everyone basically living together and in peace and harmony, in which socialist ideas could be tried. The evident trends in a socialist society included envy, resentment, conflict, and the desire to enforce equality by taking from, not form, from the productive and giving to the unproductive. Basically saying, hey, Isaac, because you work hard and you have a lot of stuff, I'm gonna help Derek. He doesn't really do anything, but we're gonna balance your stuff with him so everyone can be the same. That's basically what they did. They controlled everyone. Okay, but they wanted to be this utopia. Obviously, it didn't work.
No one would like to work then.
Well, then no one would have anything.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like.
You need people to work.
Yeah, no, but what's the point of working if you're stuck? Like you're not.
That's exactly why it doesn't work.
Yeah,
It's not make people angry. You're taking from me, and then the people that don't have anything, they're going to be happy. So now you have all these happy and angry people that are going to clash. Okay, so we have utopian socialism, but there were other types of socialism during this time. Okay, there were other types of brands of socialism. So like socialism, just different variants. Okay, we have militant socialism. This was the forceful seizure of governmental power. Okay, again, basically the government had all power. Okay, that would be militant socialism. Okay, they controlled stuff through power. Okay, we have democratic socialism, also known as proletarian socialism, but you can know it as democratic socialism. This is where the workers would publicly own and control productive industry. Okay, basically this would be like the people would own their own stuff. Okay, democratic being socialism ruled by the people. Militant socialism being like everything ruled by the military or power, authority. Okay, and there's going to be a person that stands as an advocate for this democratic style of socialism. Gabby, put it away. Okay, Louis Blanc, or Louis Blanc. Different countries say it different ways. Okay, he was the advocate of the democratic socialism. He is famous for originating the socialist I don't know if that's a typo, I forgot. Basically meaning this, aphorism, okay, meaning from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs.
That means everyone does their best what they can do and everybody gets what they need.
Yes.
Great. That sounds fantastic.
Again, democratic socialism meaning what? Everything controlled by the who? The people. Okay. Oh boy, Rick. Okay, the people basically saying, hey, you do your job well, and everyone does their job well, we'll be well. Okay, put your arms down, stop. Okay, we're almost done. Okay, again, during this time, we have a lot of humanism going on. So because of this, without Christian character, any attempt to reform their society in Europe will ultimately fail. All these different socialism, all these different beliefs, all these different stances, all these different countries and leaders, none of it's going to work. It's all going to fail. Remember, they wanted what? Peace. They wanted peace. They had good intentions, just bad direction. Okay, as people rejected the word of God throughout all of Europe and embraced the vain philosophies of men, to set the state for the death and devastation of the world wars. Okay, this chapter is all a setup for what we're going to be talking about next chapter. As I'm sure some of you guys have been waiting for this. Okay, but World War I, how it's actually going to start, we'll talk about in the first part of it. Okay, but we will be talking about World War I soon. Okay, but this was all leading up in the whole continent of Europe. Okay, obviously in our country a little bit as well. Okay, this is what was going on. Okay, again, World War did not have to happen, but it did because of these actions.
Also, we're like going to talk about like the events leading up to it.
Yes. Okay, we do have a quiz tomorrow.
Can you go back on the slides?
Where?
89, the last one that you put down.
Okay. Hey, unless you do not want a review for the quiz, everyone needs to be quiet. Avery and Amethyst, Derek and Doug. You guys are somehow always the people that are talking.
I wasn't talking.
I don't care. Shh, right now. Okay, we will have a quiz tomorrow. The quiz, Okay, I'm not going to tell you every question. You do have to do a little studying on your own, but it will not be hard. It will literally be over the notes from yesterday to today. That is it. Okay, so you can study. So for those who weren't here yesterday, you want to get those notes.
My questions for that quiz. So
I'm about to tell you right now. 56 or 59. Okay, the notes are going to be over this. 59, starting with Giuseppe Mazzani. Okay, 289. That is what you're going to review. Okay, so if you're missing something, what do you need to do? You got to get it from someone. If you don't, that's on you. Okay, it's literally a note quiz. You study those notes, that will be on the quiz. Okay, there will be 10 questions.
10 questions over all those notes.
Quiz is tomorrow. What? Put your chair down, Rick. Stop putting your chair up. I'm going to move you from the wall. But you don't do it as much. You only do it because the wall's right there. Okay, so 59 to 89, you want to write that down? Okay, we'll have that tomorrow after the quiz tomorrow. Okay, there's no homework tonight. You will review for the quiz. Okay, so study that. Basically, your grade for today, or homework today, is tomorrow's quiz. Okay, then tomorrow, after our quiz, we will start beginning to review for our test. The test will be over chapters 19 to 21. Okay, it's over a lot of content. Those chapters were pretty long. Okay, and some of it was from a while ago. So that's why we're going to be spending Wednesday. So this is what I'm asking you. I mean, I ask you all the time, but you usually don't listen. I need you guys to come in ready and prepared to listen. If you guys aren't going to listen, I'm not going to review. Okay, so after the quiz, you guys need to understand that. Okay, what's the point of me teaching you when you guys are just talking the whole time? Okay, why am I going to go through notes if you're just going to talk the whole time? I'll just say, hey, you can read the book. We'll have quiz tomorrow if you guys are going to talk. Okay, that's what I feel like. So when we're reviewing, I want you to listen. Don't be the one to hurt. Make sure your phone's away. Make sure you're not doing anything. Okay, unless you're writing something down for that, then that's fine. Just ask first. Okay, but we have the test on Friday. We're going to study it starting tomorrow. We're going to study all of Thursday, probably have a review game style on Thursday. Tomorrow will just be kind of like get through as much as we can. Thursday will be review game so you can win bonus. And then Friday, we'll have the test. Again, this is an opportunity to start that grade strong. If you get a great grade on your test, that really holds you over for a while. Okay, that doesn't mean you can not turn in stuff for a long time. That still messes you up. Okay, but you want to do well on this test and quiz. Okay, that will really help you. As some of you have seen, when you fail a quiz in the beginning of the semester, it's hard to come back from that. Yes, sir. Any questions? Yes.
Thursday we can win bonus points, you said?
Yeah, we're going to do a review game. Yep.
Wait, so like we can win bonus points for the test?
Yes, right. Chapters 19 to 21. 19 to 21. Any questions? Any questions? Okay, for at least 5 minutes, this is what I'm asking. Everyone listening. For 5 minutes, there's no talking. There's no messing around. There's no on your phones. You are reviewing for your quiz. Just 5 minutes. After the 5 minutes is over, I won't let you guys leave the class, but then I'll allow you guys to talk and do other things. But for 5 minutes, you are not talking. 5 minutes. You're studying for the quiz. Go through those notes, 59 and 89. So this is time for those who don't or are missing some notes. This is time that you would go to someone and get those notes. 5 minutes. Yes, sir. Adrian. Yes. Everyone turned in your homework from yesterday, yes?
I think so.
Well, I mean, if you didn't, you get a 0, so. Over those notes. That's all I'm doing it. That makes it easier for you guys. You know what's on it. What, Austin? I don't do that. You know that. I've said it 1,000 times by now. You either turn it in and you can get 100 by doing it, or you don't turn it in and you get a 0. Nothing has changed. That's how it's been all year for me. Okay, discipline learners, again, let me know if you have any questions. Make sure you turn in the homework. I know some of you already have. That was due today. If you turn in stuff in person, you don't have to send it to me. You can just turn it in person on Friday. But if you don't turn it in on Friday, you still get a 0. Okay, you can't message it to me on Friday. If you're messaging it to me, you have to do that today. But if you turn everything in person, I know some of you do that, you can turn it all in on Friday. Some of you got lazy at the end of last semester and got a lot of 0s. So make sure you're turning stuff in. Start the grading period strong, and you need to learn how to finish strong. Okay, we will have our quiz tomorrow and our test on Friday. Again, let me know if you have any questions. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. Welcome to geometry. We're going to get going here. Check. All right, there we go. All right, listen up. Sorry for the delayed start. How to get this stuff in the doc. I know I should have done it before class, but like things. All right, construction 10, to construct a line parallel to a given line through a given point. We are given line RS and P any point outside RS, and we are required to draw a line through P parallel to RS. The steps here are actually not in your book, okay? So I'm going to go through how to do this in the diagram. You will want this document open, for those of you in class, pull it up on like your laptop or something like that, or Google Docs, yeah, your phone. Okay, that's fine, because I can't have the steps up and show you what I'm doing at the same time. So,
Which page are we on our math books? Are we not just
we're on page, guys, listen up. We're on page 164, which is where this diagram is, but they don't give you the construction or the proof. So, on page 164, no, they don't. They tell us to develop it in class. Yeah, the other one, yeah. Hence why I started making this doc, because I knew this was coming. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with this. I'm going to show you guys how to create a parallel line through a given point. So let's go ahead and get me switched over so I can see the steps, as well as... no, escape. I didn't mean to click that. I'm trying to click the scroll bar. Okay. Okay, is there a reason why now I can't? Fine. Can I get it here? Whatever works. While I'm at it, I also need the camera settings. All right, so there's this. I'm going to get it in focus, don't worry. Okay. Widescreen. Why would I ever want 4:3? Ew. All right. Actually, no, I don't want autofocus. I will focus it myself. All right, here we go. Let's grab a clean sheet of paper. All right, here we go. Let's say I have a line given to me. Okay, turn off auto white balance, otherwise it's going to freak out the whole time. Oh, whoa. Yeah, they're in Google Doc. It's in the same as all the other constructions. Good? All right, so we're going to start out here with this. Let me get, no, that's focused, right? I'm doing this without my glasses, so like.
Yeah, it is. Me too, so I couldn't read it.
Cool. All right, so we are given line RS and any point outside RS. So let's just go ahead and create a line. This does not have to be done on graph paper. I just happen to have that on the cart, so like I'm using it.
Dude, it's been a while since I've seen you use a camera.
Okay. So there is RS. Let me zoom in. Okay, anyway, I just moved the camera closer. Let's see here. Which of course throws off the focus. All right, so we have point P, we have line RS, and that's the goal here. Our goal is to create a parallel through this line to RS. Now, since we're on graph paper, I could just follow another grid, but like, that's not actually how you do it. So, here we go. First of all, we'll draw LK through P intersecting RS in some point K. All right, don't overthink it, you're just drawing a line. You notice I didn't even try, whoops, I missed. Anyway, I didn't even try to make it perpendicular or anything like that. I just am literally trying to make it transversal, okay? I'm going to go through here, though. This is why I like mechanical pencils, because then I can actually tell if I'm going to hit the line and the dot. There you go. It's closer. All right. Then, what we're going to do is we're essentially going to copy the angle. Amethyst, put it away, please. Thank you. All right. So again, all I'm going to do here is just copy the angle. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create myself a little arc. Okay, and I'm going to copy that arc over on the other side of the line. Okay, does that make sense? They happen to hit, that's not necessary. Okay, it has nothing to do with their point of intersection. Then I'm measuring the distance between the 2 points of intersection of my original arc, and I'm copying that down over to the new arc I just made. A line parallel through. I'm making a parallel line to the original.
Through the point.
Yes, through that specific point, yes. All right, so then at this point, now I have 2 points. 2 points determine a line. So we just go ahead and line this up. Okay, and then line XY is my required line. To be fair, this should also be labeled L, whoops, K. This should be A. This should be B, C, and D. I'm just labeling it for the sake of that way it matches the diagram. All right, so that's the goal. It gives you a lot of instructions, but if you remember previously, we talked about how to construct equal angles. So if you just do that construction, you're good. Does that make sense? Cool. That's construction 10. Now let's go through and prove it.
For me, I don't know if I'm the only one, but I actually can't find like doing constructions for these guys. Like when you get the line right.
All right, so we have, first of all, we have our list of steps there. Those are given to us. Amethyst, let's have a seat, please. Thank you. Move this out of the way. All right, so we have, as our given, we have RS and P outside RS. I know what I meant, Google Docs, leave me alone. All right, then I know that angle LKS is equal to angle XPK by construction 3. Oh my word. We went through this whole thing yesterday. Yes. Constructing an angle equal to a given angle. All right, so then that leaves us with XY parallel to RS. If two lines are cut by a transversal so that the alternate interior angles are equal, the lines are parallel. Oh, rip, I'm in a different font, that's not gonna work. Okay, fortunately that doesn't look that bad in this font. All right, any questions there? Cool, that's construction 10. Construction 11 is to divide a given line into any number of equal parts. We're on the next section now, so we're on page 165 now. Construction steps and diagram is given here, but let's go ahead and walk through how to do this. So we're given line segment AB, and in this case we're told to divide it into 4 equal parts, but this method works with any number of equal parts. All right, so that's what we're going to do here. So we're going to go ahead and move things out of the way again. But where I can still see it. It's fine. I'll fix it later. And, oops, that's not what I meant to do. All right, so let's say I have a line, and I want to divide it into 4 equal parts. Okay. Now, again, I'm on graph paper, and I know I'm following the grids. It has nothing to do with anything. All right. So let's say I want to take this line, divide it up into 4 equal parts. We have line A, B. All right. So step 1, we're going to draw a line. Okay? And we'll label the end of this line K. Now, all I'm going to do is, because I want 4 equal parts, on the new line, I'm going to cut off 4 equal segments. Okay? They can be any size, although you want them to fit in the space. Okay? But any size is fine. Just make sure you're paying attention to it. All right? So I usually give myself enough room to work, but not so much that I'm going to create insanely long new line. Okay? So I'm just cutting off equal lengths, so I'm just not changing my compass. 2, 3, 4. You would just cut off as many segments as you need. So like if it's 5, you would then go a 5th one. Does that make sense? And so on. Let me try to... There, is that a bit more visible? Okay. Now, let me see here. This gives me points C, D, E, and F, because it does. All right. Yeah, they're slightly different models. So, we try to buy the same ones, but it keeps getting refreshed. So, like, it's just different enough to be noticeable. Anyway, so we have C, D, E, and F. Our whole goal here, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that last point, whatever my last division is. If that's 5, that's the 5th one, it's so on. All right? And I'm going to connect it to the end of the line. All right? Makes sense? Okay. Now, this angle here is the same angle I'm going to need here, here, and here. Okay? Because we're making similar triangles. So we want the sides to be proportional. Yeah, I'm going to copy this angle here, here, and here. Okay. So I'm going to have to really, whack the camera. All right. Rats. I still didn't give myself long enough line segments. All right. So there's my initial arc. I'm just going to do all the initial arcs first, and then I'll come back through and do all the connecting arcs. Except my hand only works in one direction. Haha. Okay, I actually have to do this. This is like really bad like math teacher form, but I don't even care.
Guys, remember when one direction was on my phone?
Sorry, I know I'm blocking the view, but... All right, so there's all my initial arcs, and then again, I'm going to measure the distance between where the arc hits and where it lands. Okay, so right there, there's my distance. So now I'm going to go through. I'm just going to basically turn this upside down because it's easier for me to work that way. And I'm going to mark off that same angle at each point. Rats, that one wasn't long enough. All right, it's close enough where I can fake it. All right, so does that make sense? Okay, so now I'm going to go through, and as long as I keep copying that, wait, whoa, hold up. That can't be right. Did I copy the wrong angle? What? I drew it the other way, but it shouldn't matter. Hey, guys, help me out. Thank you. Shh. What in the world? Because then if I connect... Why is it just this one? It looks like angle E, I might just be off a little bit. Guys, seriously. Shh. Are you? Apparently I messed that up when I did that originally. Oh, there we go. Yeah, my initial arc was just off. All right. So anyway, there you guys go. As long as you draw it correctly, it's fine. All right, you'll notice now these segments down here are now each 1/4 of the original, okay? And they're all equal.
Oh, we were trying to get fourth that line.
Yeah.
I don't think they're equal, sir.
Yeah, they don't look at each one. It was
Why would you say the word sir?
I was looking at the last one. You called him. Look at the first one.
The last one has an issue.
Lena, remember that one time I said we're freshmen?
We're sorry, Stress. Oh, yeah.
Okay, my defense, this pencil needs to be sharpened, so I missed. There you go. That's about right. If you follow the steps and do the angles correctly, you'll be fine. All right. All right, let's go ahead and go through proving this. Again, if you do it correctly, if you can make your hands actually do the thing, and you're not fighting with the camera the whole time, it's a little easier. So let's talk about proving this. So first of all, we have our given, we have AB and AK with AC equal to CD equal to DE equal to EF and angle ACG equal to angle, let's see here, CDH equal to angle DEI equal to angle EFB. We're trying to prove that AG equals H, or equals GH equals HI equals IV. All right, so those are given. All right, so then angle BFA equals angle, oh right, I don't want to use that. Angle BFA equals angle IEA equals angle HDA equals angle GCA by construction of equal angles. All right, well, if I form congruent angles, what else did I just create? No, although, well, technically, yes. I created, not quite congruent lines, I created parallel lines. So CG is parallel to DH, is parallel to EI, is parallel to FB.
Every time I want to say something, but I'm going to be wrong, so I'm like, this is hard, right?
Just say and be wrong like me.
Because most of the time that Mr. S looks at me like,
Loser.
yeah. And he just hears them and goes, dude.
Then finally, that does mean that AG is equal to GH is equal to HI is equal to IB. Because if 3 or more parallels cut off equal segments on one transversal, they cut off equal segments on any other transversal. All right, any questions there? Those are the two new constructions. Make sure you guys practice those at least once today so you guys get them down. Beyond that, there is no homework. Okay? Make sure your homework from last night is turned in. And distance learners, I'll see you guys later.
Okay, DL, sorry about that. Forgot to put my mic on. Okay, who's the most trustworthy person in the class? Yeah, right. Okay, Avery, Avery, quiet, quiet, Avery. Odds were open or closed? Liar. Okay. Okay, DLs. Listen up. DLs. Thank you, Avery. DLs, we're going to do the quiz, and due to the roll of the dice, that's what we were doing. So sorry you weren't involved with that verbally. It ended up that with the roll of dice that we're going to do this open notes. Okay, so I'm going to hand out the quiz here. You should have quiz 23 in your packet of information. So go ahead and do that here real quick. And then we'll come back and finish up today with notes. Okay? Since you have a study sheet, you can go ahead and do this if you want to, even though you weren't here yesterday. Gabby. Okay. No more time. Hey, hey. If you feel okay doing it with your, yeah, do it with, since you got that. Yeah. That way we won't have. Okay, DLs, I'm just going to put you on interruption for right now. your notes out. Back live, DLs. Okay. So go ahead and finish that quiz for you guys and get that back to me as soon as possible. Now, just to let you know how kind I am for you this week. The only homework from now on this week, except Friday, is reading homework. Okay? There will be a quiz that we would have taken on Monday, but I'm going to give you that on Friday. And here's the deal. Shh, quiet. Always seems like when I send, let you take the test home or quiz home or whatever, it never seems to come back. So here's the issue. I'm going to give you the quiz on quiz 24 on Friday. That one I had planned for open book, just because of next week. So that will be your homework along with some reading. It's due on Monday. If it's not turned in on Monday, it's a 0. No redos. Okay? The only way you're excused from that is if you are on death's bed. No, I'm just kidding. The only way, hey, gentlemen, the only way you're excused from that is if by chance you aren't here on Monday, absent or sick, or no way to get it here to me on Monday. But you will have time on Friday, Doug, to get it done on Friday. I just said Doug because you were talking. Okay? Okay? Then I may give it to you Thursday. Okay? That's a good idea. Okay, let's continue on. This is where we're at today. Should be page 6 of your notes. Okay? Talking about, yes, sir. Well, 12.2 is, hey, 12.2 is due today except you. Then, as I technically absence, you get 2 days. Okay? So, but don't wait too long. Okay? Then it becomes missing work and, you know. Huh? Derek, you got 12.2 done yet? See? Okay. Okay, here we go. Here's what a computer is. Shh. We talk about these. You guys did a great job in Bible. I really appreciated that. Yes. That you guys were really, really quiet, really listening, or at least you pretended you were. I appreciated that. Huh? I don't care. Gabby, go back to sleep. It was quieter that way. Doug, just Doug, some word of advice. I wouldn't marry her because she'll throw you against the wall.
Actually, that's not possible because as soon as she picks me up, she'll go and eat me. By the time she gets to the wall, she just passes out on the floor. And she's gonna be like, she's holding you up, about ready to clobber you.
What did I tell you, honey?
Size.
Okay. A computer. Hey, a computer, okay, is just, by definition, chairs down, gentlemen, a device that processes information using electronic circuits, okay? Shh, Doug. Okay. Now that's what we've been getting to is all of these electronic circuits with the transistors, the adapters, and all the circuits that are going through it. This is what we're talking about. Data, okay? Now see, here's where Star Trek takes over Star Wars, because Star Trek deals with electronical devices, because on the show of Star Trek, there's data. See? Okay. And see, Star Wars, sorry, Lacey, I'm getting on your boyfriend. Okay. Star Wars has nothing to deal with data. Okay.
But there is data.
Okay.
Star Map.
Data.
There's the toys that carry data. There's the star maps. I know. What's the
But
They're both good.
it's just both of us. Just to give him a hard time. Okay. Now, data. But they don't use it.
Bro, they use the droids to carry the data.
Star Trek data is a walking machine.
So are all the droids. They even talk about it.
They see.
Actually, no, you see R2D2 like in every movie.
Come at me, Isaac.
Bro, you see R2D2 in every movie. That's a walking database.
Yeah, that is not the main thing of the show.
Okay. Now,
Yeah, because like Star Trek, they're like in their ship using all the technological.
They talk about it in like every other movie.
Like the only
You have to actually look at that.
and then geek out over it.
now, since I started this rabbit trail, let me close the hole on it. Now, data, Austin, Doug, thank you. Data, okay, because it's not data, it's data. But data is data in Star Wars, because he's a walking computer with lots of pieces of information that a computer bundles together, okay? Informational age is this period of computerized systems since about the 1970s, okay? So about 10 years, 12 years before Adrian, before this all the informational age came into existence, okay, I grew up with learning how to do things manually and learning how to do things properly, okay? They started us off with what's called an abacus, okay? Information age. Abacus is a system of counting, okay? And it deals with the place value system, okay? So if you push 10 balls to one side or whatever, okay, then it leads to the next place, okay? And so you slide them back. The next slide, okay? And so it's just a counting system, what they used to call hands-on learning, okay? Mechanical calculators, okay? This is what they used to use in stores, grocery stores. You would go up, and it took forever to get through the checkout line, because they would take the can, they would see the price, they would go, push it on. Get the next one. Okay? And send it on. Digital calculators. Okay? Now, they used to have hands-on calculators, if I even have it in here. I do. See my hands-on calculator? Okay? Yeah? And I have another one. Well, DL's, this is my hands-on calculator. Okay? See that? And then I have another one This is called the hillbilly calculator. Because when I run out of fingers and toes, I can use this as my extra one. Okay? DLs, you're not seeing all this. Sorry. My hillbilly one. Okay? But those are, you can classify them as mechanical. Because you had to push numbers in on these things on the screen, okay, in order to get your devices. Now, they've taken the technology of these, put them into the technology of the computers that you, or the calculators that you have today, okay? This gentleman, Blaise Pascal, in 1642, he was the inventor of the mechanical calculator. He constructed it to help his father add long lists of numbers when calculating taxes. Okay? That was the hard part of doing all this. If you didn't have record of it, and my wife used to like, we still have it at home, one of the tape calculators. Okay? That has, you push the button in and it has the roll on it. She liked that because if she made a mistake, she could go back and figure out, okay, now have I done 10 or have I done 12 things? And so she could go back on the paper and count them out so she knew where she was. With these, if you didn't have some kind of a record, you lose track. And even on your hand calculators, like this big one that I have, and then also the my favorite ones, these little ones, okay? If you're not sure where you're at, you lose track with them because you have no basis to go back on, okay? So you have to be really careful. But anyway, he developed this so that he could help his dad with his numbers on his tax form. Charles Babbage, okay? He was the designer, but listen, look at this. He never built one. Shh. He was the designer, okay, of a mechanical calculator machine capable of performing more advanced mathematical functions such as sines and square roots, which leads us into the which leads us into these type of calculators, scientific calculators, okay, that has just a whole lot more on here than those things do. But I'm more reliable on those than I am in these, okay? Now, but anyway, he started developing those type of computers, okay? The scientific Texas Instrument ones. He also designed the analytical engine, but he never built it. Okay, so he was just the designer. Yep. Which would have been a fully programmable, general purpose mechanical computer. So he had the brains to do it, he just didn't have the capability of building it. Okay? So he left it up to a lot of things. Ada Lovelace. Okay, that's what I said. Ada, data. Okay. Wrote the first computer program designed to run on one of Babbage's machines. Okay. Now, just take a look at this picture. What progress we've made. We used to have to do everything on these chalkboards. Okay? We used to have to write it out with, take a piece of chalk and put it on, and then our hands would get all chalky, our clothes would get all chalky. And then they developed these chalk holders, which was really nice. Okay? You slip a piece of chalk inside of it, and you're able to hold on it like a pin. Okay? Yes. like and save that, but you had to do it. And if you wanted to, you had to erase it, and then you had to kind of clean the board every time. Now we have the whiteboards. Okay, pretty soon these will be obsolete, and they'll be coming up with something else, like we already have right here. What we're using right now, technology, by doing the PowerPoint. So all you see is what's on the screen. Okay. Yep, that's what Mr. S uses. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes. Now, by the 1930s, giant electric calculating machines were constructed that could solve difficult calculus equations using gears, wheels, and levers. Okay? So they started developing these things. Now, keep in mind, as you saw these right here, okay, look at the size of these hand-built calculators. They're huge, okay? You can't carry them around, okay? So then they go down to these things, okay? And then they go down to the smaller ones, and yet even smaller ones, and now you got your cell phones, smartphones, that can do all the calculating on them for it, okay? But they came up with the ENIAC, the electronic, by the 1930s, the electronic numerical integrator and calculator, ENIAC. This was the first general purpose electronic calculator. Look how big it is, okay? Try to roll that around, okay, and have it for use. But these weren't just used for personal gain. These were more for just widespread, big information, lots of information being put into them. ENIAC. ENIAC operated at 5,000 additions per second, okay? It weighed 30 tons. Took up a 9 meter by 15 meter, okay? Or a 30 by 30 foot room, roughly. ENIAC used as much power as a small city. Okay? Try to plug that into your wall. ENIAC cost $500,000. Okay? ENIAC was less powerful than a modern scientific pocket calculator. Less powerful, even though it was bigger. Okay? That's progress. That's progress of being made. The size doesn't always mean bigger. Okay? Doesn't always mean that it's more powerful. Then you had the UNIVAC 1, or the Universal Automatic Computer. This was America's first mass-produced computer. Again, look at the size of it. UNIVAC 1. You know, just the same principle. I don't know if you guys can remember or have seen anything about when they first came out with cell phones. They were huge things that you had to figure out how to carry, okay? And a lot of it you couldn't carry, okay? But they've reduced them down to now you have pocket ones, you have even smaller ones. You have it on the list we talked about yesterday, wristwatch-sized computers. The advantages, and we've talked about these, of modern computers have over the early electronic computers are these 5. The speed, accuracy, storage capacity, the size of them, and the performance power. Remember we said ENIAC was less power than your modern pocket calculator. Now, if they've gone from ENIAC down to your pocket calculator, think of where they're going to go with your pocket calculator. Okay? Okay? It's hard to imagine where they're going to go. Okay? It could be just a storage chip like we talked about yesterday, which is microscopic. Okay? But that's progress. Okay? Everybody done? Anybody not done with 5, all these 5? E? Okay. Now, analog versus digital. Okay? And analog data is data that can have any possible value within a specified range. Okay? Analog data. We'll get the comparisons here in a little bit. Analog data is reading the time from an analog clock. That's an analog clock. That's a digital clock. Okay? A lot of students can't read time by looking at the one on the wall over here to my right with the hands. Okay? Either you missed learning it, they didn't teach it because the digitals came out, or by choice you choose not to do that because it's easier to say 1223 versus 1223. Okay? Or they used to say 23 minutes past the hour, or 36 minutes before the hour. Okay? If it gets down to 12:30, they would say half the hour. Okay? And so that's reading a digital analog. Analog computers were computers that operate using analog data. Numbers. Okay? Digital data is data that can have only certain values within a range. Okay? Now, we look at that clock and now we say we look at it and we say it's 12:25. But it's actually 12:25:45. Because we're 12:24:45. Because it's not quite 25 after yet because of the second hand. But over here, it says 12:25. Right on. Okay? So, you're reading more specific point with a digital than you are with those. You estimate more with a analog clock than you do a digital. Therefore, digital computers are computers that operate using digital data. Okay? Both these clocks are digitally run because they are, they are atomic clocks. Okay? Which means they run on the atomic realm of the world. Okay? That's why when that one went out, we had to wait. It resets itself on the 24-hour. Okay? When we changed the battery in that, we had to wait for the 24-hour to kick in so it reset itself. Okay? That's why we don't have to go back to it and redial. There's no redial on it. It'll do itself. That's analog, or that's digital computer operated. Okay? So that gives you a little bit of an insight of where we're at on this. Your homework tonight is just to read 291 to 295, finishing 12.2 if you have not. I'll be starting to grade them today. Hopefully we don't have our mercy sheets up tomorrow. That would be nice if we didn't have to do that. So Anyway, DLs, tune in tomorrow, whether it's analog, data, clock operated, but tune in tomorrow. Let your we are at homework, right? We are at the end of the lesson, right? Okay. That must be on the next lesson that I didn't transfer. Okay. Anyway, DLs, it's been fun. Tune in. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
All right, welcome to Algebra 1. We're on section 613 today, simplifying and solving equations. This is found on page 215 of your textbook, page 215. So let's make sure we're seated, we're ready to go. Our books are open to page 215 and that we are paying attention to today's lesson. Hi, how can I help you? Yeah, so when I said to do that 5 minutes ago, yeah, you were. Yeah, you were. You were in the room when I said it. All right, go ahead and turn it in, but do it before I start teaching. Okay, gentlemen, silence yourselves or demerits. Excuse me. Well, if y'all are, just set it down. If y'all are silent, that fixes that. You have two choices. Keep pushing and get demerits, or silence yourself and not get demerits. Pick one. You're done. All right, so we're on 613, solving and simplifying equations, or other way, simplifying then solving. Minor details. Seriously, I'll move you to the front if I have to. Silence yourself. All right, there are 4 steps to solving a linear equation. We've already talked about this. First of all, we simplify both sides. Then we, there should be a pair there. And then we apply the addition property of equality to isolate the variable terms. And then we go through and apply the multiplication property of equality to isolate the variable itself. And then we check. All right, so, I don't. Anyway, with that, these rules don't change. However, there are more rules for problems that aren't just linear. So when we have x squared or x cubed, things along those lines. Okay? However, in this section, if you take your time and do everything correctly, it'll all simplify down to a linear equation, and so you can still follow the same steps you already know. Okay? So in this section, all the problems are designed to work out the x squareds and everything like that. Does that make sense? Okay? So example A. All right? Just like before, I should probably turn on the pen. All right, we're going to go ahead and distribute. So we get 2x squared plus 6x. Hopefully that didn't just look like voodoo. Okay. Okay. And then FOIL, so first we get 2x squared. Outer, so plus 3x. Inner, please be quiet. So plus 2x. And last, which gives us positive 3. All right, our first step is to simplify each side as far as we can. Okay? So I have 2x squared plus 6x. There's really nothing I can do about that. Over here, there's nothing like 2x squared, but I can combine these to make 5x. And then that 3 just has to stay put. So the first thing I'm going to try to do is try to get all my x's to the left side. Okay? That's just the first thing. So I'm going to subtract 2x squared from both sides. You'll notice that's going to work out real conveniently for us. Yes, no, maybe? Because 2x squared minus 2x squared just goes away. Now I'm going to subtract 5x from both sides, which is also going to work out scarily conveniently and give us x equals 3. Yeah, basically. All right, now, your x squared term will always go away in this section. Okay, and I'm emphasizing that as much as I possibly can. In the future, you'll have to deal with it. In this section, if you don't get x squared or x cubed or whatever other power is in there to go away, you did it wrong. Okay, does that make sense? Because we haven't taught you how to deal with it yet. Okay, that's next chapter. We're kind of working our way up to it. All right, so let's look at example B. Okay, it looks like a big nasty thing. It's because it is. Okay, but we just take it one step at a time, just like always. Okay, so we take x times x squared, we get x cubed. X times negative 2x, we get negative 2x squared. X times 3 gives us 3x. 1 times x squared, which is x squared. 1 times negative 2x, which is negative 2x. And 1 times 3, which is 3. And then plus 1, of course. Okay, don't lose things just because you're so focused on the multiplication. All right, then the other side, same idea. X goes into x, or sorry, doesn't go into, this isn't division. X times x squared is x cubed. minus 4x squared. Yep. Plus 3x squared. I'm running out of room. Minus 12x plus 18. That's an 18, I promise. All right. I should have started more to the left. My bad. All right, so let's go through and simplify each side so we actually have a hope of writing it all in one line. So x cubed minus 2x squared and positive x squared gives me negative 1x squared. Ignore that scribble. 3x minus 2x is simply x. And then we get plus 4. All right, x cubed, there's nothing like it, so it just gets brought over. Negative 4x squared plus 3x squared is negative x squared. 6x minus 12x is negative 6x. And then we have plus 18. All right, so far so good? All right, now I'm going to combine a couple steps into one, just for the sake of space. Okay, so we're going to subtract x cubed from both sides. We're going to add x squared to both sides. And we'll add 6x to both sides. All right, does that make sense? Okay, so x cubed minus x cubed is 0. Negative x squared plus x squared is 0. X plus 6x is 7x. And then plus 4 just gets brought down. Make sense? What do you mean, why am I adding? I don't understand the question.
How did you get to the adding thing?
What adding thing? I don't understand. What you got to say something more than thing.
Like the the x squared and the x squared. Like why one adding? Like why did you bring it over and add?
What else would I do with it? I'm confused.
The other one is because x cubed is subtracting.
Right, but it already has a negative. I have to deal with that. So I'm adding. I'm doing the opposite of what's there.
And 6x is that's positive.
Because it was negative over here. So to undo it, I have to make it positive. Does that make sense? All right, so that leaves me with 7x plus 4, and this leaves me with only 18 on the right side. Does that make sense? Okay. So we're going to subtract 4 from both sides. 7x equals 14. Whoops, there should be an equal sign there. Well, then what is x?
7.
Really?
2.
X equals 2. What did we get on the previous one? I forgot to check, make sure that was right. Yep, okay. All right, any questions about that? Good? All right, that's all you're doing today. Practice blue. You guys do have a quiz tomorrow. Distance learners, we'll see you guys later.
What is it? Unigénito. Unigénito, okay? Okay, unigénito. That means, no. That does not mean unicorn. Also, I like you guys' jacket. Is that from Mexico? It is? Is yours Native American?
It's hers.
Really?
Gabby just never wears it, so
I love it. It's so cute. Anyways, Juan 3:16. Say the reference with me. Juan. Okay. Juan 3:16. Que ha dado a su hijo. Okay. We're only going to review. Only going to learn the first part this week. Okay. And then hopefully by Friday we'll learn the rest of it. Okay. Once we know the whole verse, we'll have a quiz just like the whole verse, like blank. Like you just have to fill it in. Okay. For tomorrow, you'll have fill in the blanks. That will help you. Like I'll probably do in the prepositions. Yeah. Okay. What does porque mean?
Oh, it means why. What?
It does mean why, what. But in English, for God, so what is amor? Loved. Past tense. Okay? Stop. Okay? What is mundo? World. Okay? That's on our, what's it called? Loteria. Mundo. Does anyone know what dado is? Gave. Hijo. Son. And unigénito. The only begotten. Okay? In Spanish, it's talking about unigénito. It's basically like only begotten. It's like the only one. Okay? So his only child. Okay? I think other translations actually like say like his only child. I don't know like the translations. But anyways, let's go ahead and say it like 3 more times, and then we'll move on and review the past times and the times. Okay? Ready? Begin. Juan. Porque. Okay, al mundo. Okay, Gaby? El mundo. Okay, only the guys. Okay, ready? Begin. Unigénito. Okay? Okay, girls, go ahead. Say it. Juan 16. Porque de tal unigénito.
Don't even know.
Unigénito. Okay. Let's say it one more time, and then whoever can say it will get a Snickers, okay? Let's say them all together. Juan 3:16. Porque de tal manera amó Dios al mundo que ha dado.
It's Henito, right? Wait, can you just say each individual word for me?
It's Isaac, Adrian, Diana, and Chase. It's a collection of mine.
Porque de tal manera amó Dios al mundo que ha dado a su hijo unigénito. Yes. Okay. Who think they can say it? Yeah. You have good memory. Can you say it? Isaac, can you say the verse? No, say it without looking. Okay, anyone can say it without looking?
How do you say the last one again?
Unigénito. Can you girls say it? From fake lashes? I don't know. Ouch. That hurt. Lena, can you say it? Okay. One more time. Ready? That's sorry. Juan 3:16. Juan 3:16. Unigénito. Unigénito. Unigénito, okay? Okay, ¿quién lo puede decir? Who can say it? 16. 16. 16. 10 y 6. Juan 3:16. Okay. Okay. Shh, guys. Al mundo. Al mundo. Okay. Unigénito. Okay. Que ha dado, but I'll take it. You say que dio. Okay, Ricky. You're up. Juan 3:16. Juan 3:16. Derek, you're next.
I can say it right now. Well, he's struggling. But the Spanish is bad, and I don't know the reference.
Juan 3:16. How hard is that? Okay. Okay, perfect. Who else? Okay. You're saying 13 and it's tres, not 13. 3:16. Perfect. Okay. Ellie, sorry. Without looking though. Okay. Stop still. Que ha. Uh-huh. Yep. Cheater. Cheater. Daylene. Okay. Let's say it one more time all together because tomorrow you have a quiz over this, okay? Juan 3:16. Juan 3:16. Porque unigénito, okay? Unigénito. Douglas es unigénito. Right? ¿Quién más es unigénito? Okay, go to page 103. Page 103. Gabby, page 103. The what? The what? Douglas, 103. Okay. To rest on the sofa. What is it? Okay. To read the news. We talked about this yesterday. How many of you girls read the news? Lees la noticia. No, eso es verlo. Leer la noticia. Yeah, or like on your phone, like if you see a news. Yeah. Okay. To have company. To have company. What does it mean? Gabby, what does it mean to have company? To give a party. To play a game. To watch television. Puede ser juego o partida. Ajá. Yeah, like same thing. Yeah, it could go either way. Yeah. I think it's more about sports than chess. Me too. Yeah. To watch the television. Okay. Whose pastime is that? Their favorite one. Mirar la televisión. Mirar la televisión. Gaby, ¿ese es el tuyo? No. Okay, listen to the radio. Who listens to the radio? ¿Cómo? Escuchar la radio. Okay, ¿quién escucha la radio? Me too. To talk on the phone, what is it? Okay. Who says that? Who says that? Hablar por el teléfono. Sometimes.
Bro, it does not.
¿Tú?
Okay? You're such a liar, bro.
Okay. To play a record. Tocar un disco. Lina said that that's her thing. And to play an instrument. Okay, ¿qué instrumento tocas? Okay. ¿Tocas un instrumento? ¿Cuál? No. ¿Quién más toca un instrumento? ¿Cuál es? Oh, okay, ukulele. Guitar? You? Bass. Oh yeah, you said that. And you played the bass too or no? You do? No way. That's like one of my dreams to learn how to play that. Yeah. Don't know if I will accomplish it though. Okay. It's a huge one. Okay. Page 105. Yes. What is past? What is it? Okay, what's the phrase I taught you yesterday? Pasado pisado. Pasado pisado. Huh? No, it's not. It's like forget about the past. Pasado pisado. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because pisado, it's like
Like you step on it, like gone. Okay? Pasado pisado. Okay, what is past? Present. Present. Presente. What is future? What is it? Futuro. Futuro. That's mean. Okay. Yesterday morning. Yesterday afternoon. What is it? Last night. Anoche. This morning. This afternoon. Wow, Isaac's on a roll. Are you guys listening? This afternoon? Tonight. Future. Future. Futuro. Tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon. And tomorrow night. I'm proud of you, Isaac. Good job. Proud of you. Okay, he was saying it. Okay, let's read it all in Spanish in numerical order, okay? El tiempo. What is el tiempo? Time, okay? Pasado? Yes, okay, let's read it in Spanish, okay? Pasado. Ayer por la mañana. Ayer por la tarde. Anoche. Presente. Esta mañana. Esta tarde. Esta noche. Futuro. Mañana por la mañana. Mañana por la tarde. And mañana por la noche. Okay, eventually when you have a quiz over this, listen carefully, okay? They won't come like this, but they will be like in a sentence, and then you have to tell me if it's talking about the present, future, past, whatever, you know? So you'll write it on the side I'll give you a sentence like, esta mañana llovió, okay? What would that be?
This morning.
Yeah, so what would that be though?
That would be past.
Esta mañana llovió.
Yeah, but it's talking about this morning. That was like
But it's talking about what? Today, okay? If I say anoche llovió.
that's past.
Yes, so that would be what? Past. If I say mañana por la mañana va a llover. What is it? Yes. So it's what? Futuro. Okay? Okay, let's practice our prepositions, okay? Let's go to page 102 before we play our little game, and then you have to close your books. Okay? Number 1. En dentro de. What does it mean? Okay, read it with me in Spanish and then tell me the definition in English. Number 2. Fuera de. What is it? In front of. Okay? Or no, outside. It is outside because he's outside the thingy. Cerca de. Near. Lejos de. 5. Delante de. 6. Detrás de. Encima. Okay, you can, like I said yesterday, you can use either or of the definition. You don't have to put both of them. Just put one of the two. Okay? 8. Debajo de o bajo. 9. Al lado de. Y entre. Okay. Okay, ready, Douglas? Douglas, you're first. Catch it. Okay? Okay, ponla entre dos sillas. Entre las sillas. Yes, good job. Okay, what is entre? Between. I'll give you that. Okay, next one. Okay, who wants to go? Come on, gotta catch. Okay. Detrás de cualquier cosa. Detrás de. What is detrás de? Behind. Okay. Here you go. You're welcome. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Cerca de. Cerca de. Adrian. Cerca de la mesa. Okay. What was that? What was that? Catch your Snickers. Sorry. Okay. Jesse, catch. Okay. You can say, oh, dentro de. Don't look. Dentro de. No. Dentro, inside of. So dentro de. Del binder, okay? Dentro de binder. Okay, I'll give you a Snickers. Good try. Andrew. Delante de. Delante de. No. No, ese es afuera. No. Okay, look it up. Delante de. In front of. Ah! Okay, I'll give you one. Okay, Isaac, you ready? Okay. Shh. Debajo de. Debajo de. Debajo de what? What is that though? What did you put it under? Debajo de. What is that called? starts with an M. That's what I thought. Debajo de la... Adriana, ayúdale. La mesa. Sorry. Okay. Jaylene. Okay. Lejos de... You threw it. Far away from. Good job. Okay. Gabby, I'll give it to you. Afuera de. I knew you were going to do that. Hey, you threw! Gabby! Put it outside and then come back in. Oh my goodness. So everyone, what is fuera de? What is fuera de? That's what you get. Good job. Derek, heads up. Yes. Douglas. Come on, Derek. You got this.
No.
Okay. Grab the football, Douglas. Grab the football. Give it to Derek, though. Hey. Okay, Derek. ¿Listo? Al lado de. Al lado de. Haz Douglas. Al lado de. Al lado de Douglas, okay? Okay. I want my Derek, where's my football? Stop throwing it, Gabby. No, that's not handing it. You threw it at him. You threw it at him. Catch. Where's my ball? Well, look for it. Thank you. Okay, Ricky, heads up. Okay. Shh, guys. Calm yourself down. Okay. Encima de. Encima de. Not inside. Help him up. Help him out. Oh, Andrew's telling you. Encima de, on top of, yes. Okay. No. You probably will get it wrong if I ask you a question. Is it not true? Okay. Okay. Gabby, look at me. Stop. Okay, let's read it one more time, okay? Okay, if I put it inside, what is it?
No talking.
What is it? Dentro de, okay? If I take it out, it's what? Afuera. If I put it near this table. Cerca de. If I put it far away from the table. Lejos. If I put it in front of the table. What is it? Or delante de. Okay? Delante de. If I put it behind. Detrás de. If I put it on top of it. Encima o sobre. Good job. If I put it under this part. Debajo de. If I put it next to it. And if I put it in between the book and the chocolates. Entre. Or just en medio de. Okay? The book doesn't have en medio, but you can put entre, okay? Okay. Okay, study for your quiz. Super easy. I have 3 Snickers. Who wants them? one? Who didn't get one? Who didn't get one? You got one, no?
Yes, you did, Ricky.
Noah, did you like Snickers? Yeah? Last one. No, you're always eating sweets. Trying to protect you.